Mrs. Jenkins the midwife, nodding her old head. "'Tis true. Mrs. Jones the wash. Yes, yes. Tom Morris the sheep. Amen, 'tis so." Deacon Roberts, moving a few steps away from the fire, standing sidewise, and lifting hand to head, checking it in midair. "And you know that Bala has been a lake, and Bala will become a lake." "Hugh." "Amen, I do." Neeli, assenting for the first time. "Yes, 'tis true, that is. Mrs. Jones the wash. Dear ain while, yes." Deacon Roberts, with warning gesture toward window. "Hell is out there, moving beneath Bala Lake to meet all at their coming." Raises his voice suddenly. "Red-hot Baal stones will fall upon your heads, Baal stones. Howl ye." Shouting loudly. "Meltin' stones smellin' of the bullocks. Howl, ye sinners." Clasping his hands together desperately. "Scorchin' hot, oh, 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 howl ye, howl ye." The deacon's hat sways, and he jams it down more tightly on his head. Unclasping his hands and as if stirring up the contents of a pudding dish. "Round and round like this. Howl, ye sinners, howl." All moan and sway to and fro except Neeli. Neeli, skeptically. "What is there to fear? Mrs. Jenkins the midwife." Groaning. "Nay, but what is there not to fear? Mrs. Jones the wash. Outermost darkness. Ark. Ark. Tom Morris the sheep. Have mercy." Deacon Roberts, shouting again. "Get ready. Lift up your eyes." Welsh Beaver almost falls off and is set straight in a twinkling. "Beg for mercy before the stones of darkness burn thee, and there is no water to cool thy tongue, and a great gulf is fixed between thee and those who might help thee." Neeli, spellbound by the deacon's eloquence and now oblivious to hat, etc. "Yes, yes, 'tis true, 'tis very true." She steps down from chair and places hands on counter. Deacon Roberts, his face convulsed, shouting directly at her. "Sister, hast thou 2 eyes to be cast into hell fire?" Neeli, terrified and swept along by his eloquence. 2 eyes to be burned. All lower their heads, groaning and rocking to and fro. Deacon Roberts, the butter trickling down his face, yelling with sudden violence. "Hell is here and now. Here in Bala, here in Waigijan, here with us. Howl ye. Howl, ye sinners." All moan together. "Hugh." Whispering. "Arch, here. Mrs. Jenkins the midwife." "Yes, here. Mrs. Jones the wash." "Yes. Tom Morris the sheep." Terrified. "Amen." "Yes." Neeli, whispering. "Here in Waigijan." Deacon Roberts, clapping his hands to his face. Stones of Baal, stones of darkness, slimy with ooze, red-hot ooze, thick vapors. Howl, ye sinners! All moan and groan. Takes a glance at clock, passes hand over face and runs on madly, neck rigid, eyes staring, fat red cheeks turning to purple. Midday, not midnight, is the hour of hell, its sun never sets. But who knows when comes that hour of hell? Neeli, taking hands from counter and crossing them as she whispers. Who knows? All. Groaning. Who knows? Hugh. Voice quavering and lifting his Welsh essays. Who knows? Deacon Roberts. Big yellow drops pouring down his face, his voice full of anguish. I will tell ye when is the hour of hell. He points to the clock. Is one the hour of hell? Nay. 2. Nay. 3. No, not 3. 4. 4 might be the hour of hell, but 'tis not. 5. Nor 5, indeed. 6. Nay. 7. Is 7 the hour, the awful hour? Nay, not yet. 8. Is 8 the hour, an hour bright as this bright hour? Nay, 8 is not. The deacon shouts in a mighty voice and points with a red finger at the clock. "'Tis coming. 'Tis coming, I say. Howl, ye, howl. Only 1 minute more. Sinners, sinners, lift up your eyes. Cry for mercy. All groan. Cry for mercy. When the clock strikes 12, 'twill be the hour of hell. Fix your eyes upon the clock. Watch. Count. Listen. 'Tis strikin'. The stroke. The hour is here." All dropped on their knees and turned toward the clock, their backs to the street door, are awaiting the awful stroke. The book has fallen from Hugh's hands. Neeli's hands are clenched. Mrs. Jenkins the midwife is nodding her old head. Mrs. Jones the wash on her knees, her face upturned to the clock, is rubbing up and down her thighs, as if at the business of washing. Tom Morris the sheep is prostrate and making a strange buzzing sound between his lips. The wheels of the clever old timepiece whir and turn. Then in the silent noonday the harsh striking begins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Deacon Roberts. Yelling suddenly in a loud and terrible voice. "Hell let loose. Howl, ye! Howl, ye sinners! All cover their eyes. All groan or moan. The clock ticks, the flame in the grate flutters, Neeli's bosom rises and falls heavily. Lest worse happen to ye, sin no more." The deacon looks at them all quietly. Then he lifts his hands in sign of blessing, smiles and vanishes silently through street door. All remain stationary in their terror. Nothing happens. But at last Neeli fearfully, still spellbound by the deacon's eloquence, lifts her eyes to the clock. Then cautiously she turns a little toward the fire and the place of Deacon Roberts. Neeli. Arch. She stands on her feet and cries out. The deacon is gone. Hugh. Raising his eyes. Arch, what is it? Babylon, Neeli. Babylon nothing. She wrings her hands. Mrs. Jenkins the midwife. Groaning. Is he dead? Is he dead? Neeli. With sudden plunge toward the door. Arch, ye old hypocrite, ye villain. Arch, my butter and my eggs, my butter and my eggs. Neeli throws open the door and slams it to after her as she pursues the deacon out into the bright midday sunshine. Mrs. Jenkins the midwife. Well, indeed, what is it? Has she been taken? Mrs. Jones the wash. Getting up heavily. Such moving eloquence. A saintly man is Deacon Roberts. Tom Morris the sheep. A saintly man is Deacon Roberts. Hugh. Picking up his book and speaking slowly. Eloquence that knoweth the place of hell even better than it knoweth Bala whatever. Mrs. Jenkins the midwife. Very businesslike. 'Twas a treat, a rare treat. But where's my pins now? Mrs. Jones the wash. Very businesslike. Yes, 'twas a grand and fine treat. But I'm wanting my soap now. Tom Morris the sheep. Have ye any tobacco, Hughie lad? Curtain Where But in America by Oscar M. Wolfe. Where But in America is reprinted by special permission of the author and of the Smart Set magazine, in which this play was first printed. For permission to perform, address the author at room 1211, 105 Monroe Street, Chicago, Illinois. Oscar M. Wolfe. Oscar M. Wolfe was born the 13th of July, 1876. After graduation from Cornell University, he completed his law course in the University of Chicago. In addition to his interest in law, which he has practiced and taught, he has done considerable writing and editing. He has published a legal textbook, and his articles on legal subjects have appeared both in law journals and in magazines of general interest. During the war he was connected with the United States Food Administration at Washington. At present he lives in Chicago, Illinois. In addition to some stories, he has written several one-act plays, Where But in America, The Claim for Exemption, and The Moneylenders. Where But in America is an excellent play of situation, as well as a delicate satire on a certain aspect of American social life. Cast Mrs. Espengane, Mr. Espengane, Hilda. Where But in America, J. Scene, the Espengane dining room. The curtain rises on the Espengane dining room. It is furnished with modest taste and refinement. There is a door, center, leading to the living room, and a swinging door, left, leading to the kitchen. The table is set, and Robert and Molly Espengane are discovered at their evening meal. They are educated, well-bred young Americans. Robert is a pleasing, energetic businessman of 30, Molly an attractive woman of 25. The bouillon cups are before them as the curtain rises. Bob. Molly, I heard from the man who owns that house in Kenilworth. He wants to sell the house. He won't rent. Molly. I really don't care, Bob. That house was too far from the station, and it had only one sleeping porch, and you know I want white enameled woodwork in the bedrooms. But, Bob, I've been terribly stupid. Bob. How so, Molly? Molly. You remember the Russells moved to Highland Park last spring? Bob. Yes, Ed Russell rented a house that had just been built. Molly. A perfectly darling little house. And Fanny Russell once told me that the man who built it will put up a house for anyone who will take a 5-year lease. And she says that the man is very competent and they are simply delighted with their place. Bob. Why don't we get in touch with the man? Molly. Wasn't it stupid of me not to think about it? It just flashed into my mind this morning, and I sat down at once and sent a special delivery letter to Fanny Russell. I asked her to tell me his name at once, and where we can find him. Bob. Good. You ought to have an answer by tomorrow or Thursday and we'll go up north and have a talk with him on Saturday. Molly. With enthusiasm. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he'd build just what we want? Fanny Russell says every detail of their house is perfect. Even the garage, they use it, Bob. Interrupting. Molly, that's the one thing I'm afraid of about the North Shore plan. I've said repeatedly that I don't want to buy a car for another year or two. But here you are, talking about a garage already. Molly. But you didn't let me finish what I was saying. The Russells have fitted up their garage as a playroom for the children. If we had a garage we could do the same thing. Bob. Well, let's keep temptation behind us and not even talk to the man about a garage. If we move up north it must be on an economy basis for a few years. Just a halfway step between the apartment and the house we used to plan. You mustn't get your heart set on a car. Molly. I haven't even thought of one, dear. Bob and Molly have now both finished the bouillon course and lay down their spoons. Reaching out her hand to touch the table button, and at the same time leaning across the table and speaking very impressively. Bob, I'm about to ring for Hilda. Bob. What of it? Molly. Decidedly and with a touch of impatience. You know very well, what of it? I don't want Hilda to hear us say one word about moving away from the south side. Bob. Protesting. But Molly. Interrupting hurriedly and holding her finger to her lips in warning. Peaced. The next instant Hilda enters, left. She is a tall, blonde Swedish girl, about 25 years old. She is very pretty and carries herself well and looks particularly charming in a maid's dress, with white collars and cuffs and a dainty waitress's apron. Every detail of her dress is immaculate. Molly. Speaking the instant that Hilda appears and talking very rapidly all the time that Hilda remains in the room. While she speaks, Molly watches Hilda rather than Robert, whom she pretends to be addressing. In the last game Gert Jones was my partner. It was frame apiece and I dealt and I bid one no trump. I had a very weak no trump. I'll admit that, but I didn't want them to win the rubber. Mrs. Stone bid 2 spades and Gert Jones doubled her. Mrs. Green passed and I simply couldn't go to 3 of anything. Mrs. Stone played 2 spades, doubled, and she made them. Of course, that put them out and gave them the rubber. I think that was a very foolish double of Gert Jones, and then she said it was my fault, because I bid one no trump. As Molly begins her flow of words, Bob first looks at her in open-mouthed astonishment. Then as he gradually comprehends that Molly is merely talking against time, he too turns his eyes to Hilda and watches her closely in her movements around the table. Meanwhile Hilda moves quietly and quickly and pays no attention to anything except the work she has in hand. She carries a small serving tray, and, as Molly speaks, Hilda first takes the bouillon cups from the table, then brings the carving knife and fork from the sideboard and places them before Robert, and then, with the empty bouillon cups, exits left. Bob and Molly are both watching Hilda as she goes out. The instant the door swings shut behind her, Molly relaxes with a sigh, and Robert leans across the table to speak. Bob. Molly, why not be sensible about this thing? Have a talk with Hilda and find out if she will move north with us. Molly. That's just like a man. Then we might not find a house to please us and Hilda would be dissatisfied and suspicious. She might even leave. Thoughtfully. Of course, I must speak to her before we sign a lease, because I really don't know what I'd do if Hilda refused to leave the south side. More cheerfully. But there, we won't think about the disagreeable things until everything is settled. Bob. That's good American doctrine. Molly. Warningly and again touching her finger to her lips. Pieced. Hilda enters, left, carrying the meat plates, with a heavy napkin under them. Molly. Immediately resuming her monologue. I think my last year's hat will do very nicely. You know it rained all last summer and I really only wore the hat a half a dozen times. Perhaps not that often. I can make a few changes on it, put on some new ribbons, you know, and it will do very nicely for another year. You remember that hat, don't you, dear? Bob starts to answer, but Molly rushes right on. Of course you do, you remember you said it was so becoming. That's another reason why I want to wear it this summer. Hilda, meanwhile, puts the plates on the table in front of Bob, and goes out, left. Molly at once stops speaking. Bob. Holding his hands over the plates as over a fire and rubbing them together in genial warmth. Ah, the good hot plates. She never forgets them. She is a gem, Molly. Molly. In great self-satisfaction. If you are finally convinced of that, after 3 years, I wish you would be a little bit more careful what you say the next time Hilda comes in the room. Bob. In open-mouthed astonishment. What? Molly. Well, I don't want Hilda to think we are making plans behind her back. Bob. Reflectively. A man's home is his castle. Pauses. It's very evident that the Englishman who first said that didn't keep any servants. Telephone bell rings off stage. Molly. Answer that, Bob. Bob. Won't Hilda answer it? Molly. Standing up quickly and speaking impatiently. Very well, I shall answer it myself. I can't ask Hilda to run to the telephone while she is serving the meal. Bob. Sullenly, as he gets up. All right. All right. Bob exits, center. As he does so, Hilda appears at the door, left, hurrying to answer the telephone. Molly. Mr. Spengane will answer it, Hilda. Hilda makes the slightest possible bow of acquiescence, withdraws left, and in a moment reappears with vegetable dishes and small side dishes, which she puts before Mrs. Spengane. She is arranging these when Bob re-enters, center. Bob. Somebody for you, Hilda. Hilda. Surprised. For me. Oh. But I cannot answer it now. Please ask the party to call later. Hilda speaks excellent English, but with some Swedish accent. The noticeable feature of her speech is the precision and great care with which she enunciates every syllable. Molly. Just take the number yourself, Hilda, and tell the party you will call back after dinner. Hilda. Thank you, Mrs. Spengane. Hilda exits, center. Bob stands watching Hilda, as she leaves the room, and then turns and looks at Molly with a bewildered expression. Bob. Standing at his chair. But I thought Hilda couldn't be running to the telephone while she serves the dinner. Molly. But this call is for Hilda, herself. That's quite different, you see. Bob. Slowly and thoughtfully. Oh, yes. Of course, I see. Sits down in his chair. That is, I don't quite see. Molly. Immediately leaning across the table and speaking in a cautious whisper. Do you know who it is? Bob closes his lips very tightly and nods yes in a very important manner. Molly. In the same whisper and very impatiently. Who? Bob. Looking around the room as if to see if anyone is in hiding, and then putting his hand to his mouth and exaggerating the whisper. The terrible Swede. Molly. In her ordinary tone and very much exasperated. Robert, I've told you 100 times that you shouldn't refer to the man in that way. Bob. And I've told you 100 times to ask Hilda his name. If I knew his name I'd announce him with as much ceremony as if he were the Swedish ambassador. Molly. Disgusted. Oh, don't try to be funny. Suppose someday Hilda hears you speak of him in that manner. Bob. You know that's mild compared to what you think of him. Suppose someday Hilda learns what you think of him. Molly. I think very well of him and you know it. Of course, I dread the time when she marries him, but I wouldn't for the world have her think that we speak disrespectfully of her or her friends. Bob. A man's home is his castle. Molly's only answer is a gesture of impatience. Molly and Bob sit back in their chairs to await Hilda's return. Both sit with fingers interlaced, hands resting on the edge of the table in the attitude of school children at attention. A long pause. Molly unclasps her hands and shifts uneasily. Robert does the same. Molly, seeing this, hastily resumes her former attitude of quiet waiting. Robert, however, grows increasingly restless. His restlessness makes Molly nervous and she watches Robert, and when he is not observing her she darts quick, anxious glances at the door, center. Bob drains and refills his glass. Molly. She has been watching Robert and every time he shifts or moves she unconsciously does the same, and finally she breaks out nervously. I don't understand this at all. Isn't today Tuesday? Bob. What of it? Molly. He usually calls up on Wednesdays and comes to see her on Saturdays. Bob. And takes her to the theatre on Thursdays and to dances on Sundays. He's merely extending his line of attack. Another long pause, then Bob begins to experiment to learn whether the plates are still hot. He gingerly touches the edges of the upper plate in 2 or 3 places. It seems safe to handle. He takes hold of upper and lower plates boldly, muttering, as he does so, "Cold as," drops the plates with a clatter and a smothered oath. Shakes his fingers and blows on them. Meanwhile Molly is sitting very rigid, regarding Bob with a fixed stare and beating a vigorous tattoo on the tablecloth with her fingers. Bob catches her eye and cringes under her gaze. He drains and refills his glass. He studies the walls and the ceiling of the room, meanwhile still nursing his fingers. Bob steals a sidelong glance at Molly. She is still staring at him. He turns to his water goblet. Picks it up and holds it to the light. He rolls the stem between his fingers, squinting at the light through the water. Reciting slowly as he continues to gaze at the light. Bob. Starlight. Starbright. Will Hilda talk to him all night? Molly. In utter disgust. Oh, stop that singing. Bob puts down his glass, then drinks the water and refills the glass. He then turns his attention to the silverware and cutlery before him. He examines it critically, then lays a teaspoon carefully on the cloth before him, and attempts the trick of picking it up with the first finger in the bowl and the thumb at the point of the handle. After 1 or 2 attempts, the spoon shoots on the floor, far behind him. Molly jumps at the noise. Bob turns slowly and looks at the spoon with an injured air, then turns back to Molly with a silly, vacuous smile. He now lays all the remaining cutlery in a straight row before him. Bob, slowly counting the cutlery and silver, back and forth. Inny, meeny, miny, mo. Catchy, stops suddenly as an idea comes to him. Gazes thoughtfully at Molly for a moment, then begins to count over again. Inny, meeny, miny, mo. Hilda's talking to her beau. If we holler, she may go. Inny, me, Molly. Interrupting and exasperated to the verge of tears. Bob, if you don't stop all that nonsense, I shall scream. In a very tense tone. I believe I'm going to have one of my sick headaches. Puts her hand to her forehead. I know it, I can feel it coming on. Bob, in a soothing tone. Hunger, my dear, hunger. When you have a good warm meal you'll feel better. Molly, in despair. What do you suppose I ought to do? Bob, go out in the kitchen and fry a couple of eggs. Molly, oh, be serious. I'm at my wit's end. Hilda never did anything like this before. Bob, suddenly quite serious. What does that fellow do for a living, anyhow? Molly, how should I know? Bob, didn't you ever ask Hilda? Molly, certainly not. Hilda doesn't ask me about your business, why should I pry into her affairs? Bob, taking out his cigarette case and lighting a cigarette. Molly, I see you're strong for the Constitution of the United States. Molly, suspiciously. What do you mean by that? Bob, the Constitution says, whereas it is a self-evident truth that all men are born equal, with a wave of the hand. Hilda and you, and the terrible Swede and I and, Molly. Interrupting. Bob, you're such a heathen. That's not in the Constitution. That's in the Bible. Bob, well, wherever it is, until this evening I never realized what a personage Hilda is. Molly, you can make fun of me all you please, but I know what's right. Your remarks don't influence me in the least, not in the least. Bob, murmurs thoughtfully and feelingly. How true. Abruptly. Why don't they get married? Do you know that? Molly, all I know is that they are waiting until his business is entirely successful, so that Hilda won't have to work. Bob, well, the Swedes are pretty careful of their money. The chances are Hilda has a neat little nest egg laid by. Molly, hesitating and doubtfully. That's one thing that worries me a little. I think Hilda puts money into into the young man's business. Bob. Indignantly. Do you mean to tell me that this girl gives her money to that fellow and you don't try to find out a thing about him? Who he is or what he does? I suppose she supports the loafer. Molly. With dignity. He's not a loafer. I've seen him and I've talked with him, and I know he's a gentleman. Bob. Molly, I'm getting tired of all that kind of drivel. I believe nowadays women give a good deal more thought to pleasing their maids than they do to pleasing their husbands. Molly. Demurely. Well, you know, Bob, your maid can leave you much easier than your husband can. Pauses thoughtfully, and I'm sure she's much harder to replace. Bob. Very angry, looking at his watch, throwing his napkin on the table and standing up. Molly, our dinner has been interrupted for 15 minutes while Hilda entertains her, with sarcasm, gentleman friend. If you won't stop it, I will. Steps toward the door, center. Molly. Sternly, pointing to Bob's chair. Robert, sit down. Bob pauses, momentarily, and at the instant Hilda enters, center, meeting Bob, face to face. Both are startled. Bob, in a surly manner, walks back to his place at the table. Hilda follows, excited and eager. Bob sits down and Hilda stands for a moment at the table, smiling from one to the other and evidently anxious to say something. Bob and Molly are severe and unfriendly. They gaze at Hilda coldly. Slowly Hilda's enthusiasm cools, and she becomes again the impassive servant. Hilda. Excuse me, Mrs. Eisenheim, I am very sorry. I bring the dinner right in. Hilda exits left. Bob. It's all nonsense. Touches the plates again, but this time even more cautiously than before. This time he finds they are entirely safe to handle. These plates are stone cold now. Hilda enters, left, with meat platter. Places it before Bob. He serves the meat and Molly starts to serve the vegetables. Hilda hands Molly her meat plate. Molly. Vegetables. Bob is chewing on his meat and does not answer. Molly looks at him inquiringly. But his eyes are on his plate. Repeating. Vegetables. Still no answer from Bob. Very softly, under her breath. H. Molly helps herself to vegetables and then dishes out a portion which she hands to Hilda, who in turn places the dish beside Bob. When both are served, Hilda stands for a moment back of the table. She clasps and unclasps her hands in a nervous manner, seems about to speak, but as Bob and Molly pay no attention to her, she slowly and reluctantly turns, and exits left. Molly takes 1 or 2 bites of the meat and then gives a quick glance at Bob. He is busy chewing at his meat, and Molly quietly lays down her knife and fork and turns to the vegetables. Bob. Chewing desperately on his meat. Tenderloin, I believe. Molly. Sweetly. Yes, dear. Bob. Imitating Molly a moment back. H. He takes one or two more hard bites. Molly, I have an idea. Molly. I'm relieved. Bob. Savagely. Yes, you will be when you hear it. When we get that builder's name from Fanny Russell, we'll tell him that instead of a garage, which we don't need, he can build a special telephone booth off the kitchen. Then while Hilda serves the dinner, Bob stops short, as Hilda bursts in abruptly, left, and comes to the table. Hilda. Excuse me, Mrs. Eisenhane, I am so excited. Molly. Anxiously. Is anything wrong, Hilda? Hilda. Explosively. Mrs. Eisenhane, Mr. Lindquist, he say you want to move to Highland Park. Bob and Molly simultaneously drop their knives and forks and look at Hilda in astonishment and wonder. Molly. What? Bob. Who? Hilda. Repeats very rapidly. Mr. Lindquist, he say you look for house on North Shore. Molly. Utterly overcome at Hilda's knowledge and at a loss for words of denial. We move to the North Shore. How ridiculous. Hilda, where did you get such an idea? Turns to Robert. Robert, did you ever hear anything so laughable? She forces a strained laugh. Ha. 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 Robert has been looking at Hilda in dumb wonder. At Molly's question he turns to her in startled surprise. He starts to answer, gulps, swallows hard, and then coughs violently. Very sharply, after waiting a moment for Bob to answer. Robert Espengane, will you stop that coughing and answer me? Bob. Between coughs, and drinking a glass of water. Excuse me. Something, stuck in my throat. Molly. Turning to Hilda. Someday we might want to move north, Hilda, but not now. Oh, no, not now. Bob. Who told you that, Hilda? Hilda. Mr. Lindquist. Molly. Puzzled. Who is Mr. Lindquist? Hilda. Surprised. Mr. Lindquist, pauses, a trifle embarrassed. Mr. Lindquist is young man who just speak to me on telephone. He come to see me every Saturday. Bob. Oh, Mr. Lindquist, Molly. Interrupting frantically, and waving her hands at Bob. Yes, yes, of course. You know, Mr. Lindquist. Bob catches himself just in time and Molly settles back with a sigh of relief, then turns to Hilda with a puzzled air. But where did Mr. Lindquist get such an idea? Hilda. Mrs. Russell tell him so. Molly. Now entirely bewildered. What Mrs. Russell? Hilda. Mrs. Russell, your friend. Molly. More and more at sea. Mrs. Edwin Russell, who comes to see me every now and then. Hilda. Yes. Molly. But how does Mrs. Russell know Mr. Lindquist, and why should she tell Mr. Lindquist that we expected to move to the North Shore? Hilda. Mr. Lindquist, he build Mrs. Russell's house. That is his business. He build houses on North Shore and he sell them and rent them. Bob and Molly look at each other and at Hilda, in wonder and astonishment as the situation slowly filters into their brains. A long pause. Bob. In awe and astonishment. You mean that Mr. Lindquist, the young man who comes to see you every now and then, is the same man who put up the Russell house? Hilda. Yes, Mr. Ispinhane. Bob. Slowly. And when Mrs. Ispinhane, points to Molly, wrote to Mrs. Russell, jerks his thumb to indicate the north, Mrs. Russell told Mr. Lindquist, jerks his thumb in opposite direction, and Mr. Lindquist telephoned to you. Points to Hilda. Hilda. Yes, Mr. Ispinhane. Nodding. Bob. Very thoughtfully and slowly. H. Then slowly resuming his meal and speaking in mock seriousness, in subtle jest at Molly, and imitating her tone of a moment or two back. But of course, you understand, Hilda, we don't want to move to the North Shore now. Oh, no, not now. Hilda. Somewhat crestfallen. Yes, Mr. Ispinhane. Bob. Reflectively. But, of course, if Mr. Lindquist builds houses, we might look. Yes, we might look. Hilda. In growing confidence and enthusiasm. Yes, Mr. Ispinhane, and he builds such beautiful houses and so cheap. He do so much himself. His father was carpenter and he work his way through University of Minnesota and study architecture, and then he go to University of Illinois and study landscape gardening, and now he been in business for himself 6 years. And oh, Mrs. Ispinhane, you must see his own home. You will love it, it is so beautiful. A little house, far back from the road. You can hardly see it for the trees and the shrubs, and in the summer the roses grow all around it. It is just like the picture book. Molly. In the most perfunctory tone, utterly without interest or enthusiasm. How charming. Pauses thoughtfully, then turns to Hilda, anxiously. Then I suppose, Hilda, if we should decide to move up to the North Shore you would go with us. Hilda. Hesitatingly. Yes, Mrs. Ispinhane. Pauses. But I think I must tell you this spring Mr. Lindquist and I expect to get married. Mr. Lindquist's business is very good. With a quick smile and a glance from one to the other. You know, I am partner with him. I put all my money in Mr. Lindquist's business too. Molly and Bob gaze at each other in complete resignation and surrender. Bob, quite seriously after a long pause. Hilda, I don't know whether we will move north or not, but the next time Mr. Lindquist comes here I want you to introduce me to him. I'd like to know him. You ought to be very proud of a man like that. Hilda, radiant with pleasure. Thank you, Mr. Eisenhane. Molly. Yes, indeed, Hilda, Mr. Eisenhane has often said what a fine young man Mr. Lindquist seems to be. We want to meet him, and Mr. Eisenhane and I will talk about the house, and then we will speak to Mr. Lindquist. Then weakly. Of course, we didn't expect to move north for a long time, but, of course, if you expect to get married, and Mr. Lindquist builds houses, her voice dies out. Long pause. Hilda. Thank you, Mrs. Eisenhane, I tell Mr. Lindquist. Hilda stands at the table a moment longer, then slowly turns and moves toward door, left. Bob and Molly watch her, and as she moves away from the table Bob turns to Molly. At this moment Hilda stops, turns suddenly and returns to the table. Hilda. Oh, Mrs. Eisenhane, I forget one thing. Molly. What now, Hilda? Hilda. Mr. Lindquist say if you and Mr. Eisenhane want to look at property on North Shore, I shall let him know and he meet you at station with his automobile. Curtain $1 by David Pinsky. $1 is reprinted by special permission of David Pinsky and of B.W. Hubick, New York City, the publisher of David Pinsky's 10 plays, from which this play is taken. All rights reserved. For permission to perform, address the publisher. David Pinsky. David Pinsky, perhaps the most notable dramatist of the Yiddish theater, was born of Jewish parentage the 5th of April, 1872, in Mykhailev, on the Dnieper, White Russia. Because his parents had rabbinical aspirations for him, he was well educated in Hebrew studies, Bible and Talmud. By his 14th year, when he moved to Moscow, where he was further trained in classical and secular studies. In 1891 he planned to study medicine in Vienna, but soon returned to Warsaw, where he began his literary work as a short story writer. In 1896 he took up the study of philosophy and literature, and in 1899 wrote his first plays. In 1899 he came to New York City, where he is now editor of the Jewish daily, Die Zeit. In 1911 he revisited Germany to see a production of his well-known comedy, The Treasure, by Max Reinhardt. Mr. Pinsky is zealous in his interests in literature, drama, socialism, and Zionism. Drama is to him an interpretation of life, and a guide and leader, as were the words of the old poets and prophets. The dramatic technique, says he, changes with each plot, as each plot brings with it its own technique. One thing, however, must be common to all the different forms of the dramatic technique: avoidance of tediousness. Mr. Pinsky has written a goodly number of plays, most of which are on Yiddish themes. Forgotten Souls, the stranger, sufferings, the treasure, the phonograph, and $1 may be mentioned. Most of his plays have been produced many times. The Stranger played the 3rd season in Moscow. I wrote $1, says he, in the summer of 1913, when I was hard-pressed financially. I relieved myself of my feelings by a hearty laugh at the almighty dollar and the race for it. Just as I did many summers before, in 1906, when I entertained myself by ridiculing the mad money joy in the bigger comedy, The Treasure. Persons. The characters are given in the order of their appearance. The comedian, the villain, the tragedy, an actor who plays old man role, the heroine, the ingenue actress who plays old woman role, the stranger, $1, a crossroads at the edge of a forest. One road extends from left to right, the other crosses the first diagonally, disappearing into the forest. The roadside is bordered with grass. On the right, at the crossing, stands a signpost, to which are nailed 2 boards, giving directions and distances. The afternoon of a summer day. A troupe of stranded strolling players enters from the left. They are ragged and weary. The comedian walks first, holding a valise in each hand, followed by the villain carrying over his arms 2 huge bundles wrapped in bed sheets. Immediately behind these the tragedian and the old man carrying together a large, heavy trunk. Comedian. Stepping toward the signpost, reading the directions on the boards, and explaining to the approaching fellow actors. That way, pointing to right and swinging the valise to indicate the direction, is 30 miles. This way, pointing to left, is 45, and that way it is 36. Now choose for yourself the town that you'll never reach today. The nearest way for us is back to where we came from, whence we were escorted with the most splendid catcalls that ever crowned our histrionic successes. Villain. Exhausted. Who will lend me a hand to wipe off my perspiration? It has a nasty way of streaming into my mouth. Comedian. Stand on your head, then, and let your perspiration water a more fruitful soil. Villain. Oh. He drops his arms, the bundles fall down. He then sinks down onto one of them and wipes off the perspiration, moving his hand wearily over his face. The tragedian and the old man approach the post and read the signs. Tragedian. In a deep, dramatic voice. It's hopeless. It's hopeless. He lets go his end of the trunk. Old man. Lets go his end of the trunk. Millimeter. Another stop. Tragedian sits himself down on the trunk in a tragico-heroic pose, knees wide apart, right elbow on right knee, left hand on left leg, head slightly bent toward the right. Comedian puts down the valises and rolls a cigarette. The old man also sits down upon the trunk, head sunk upon his breast. Villain. 30 miles to the nearest town. 30 miles. Comedian. It's an outrage how far people move their towns away from us. Villain. We won't strike a town until the day after tomorrow. Comedian. Hurrah! That's luck for you. There's yet a day after tomorrow for us. Villain. And the old women are still far behind us. Crawling. Old man. They want the vote and they can't even walk. Comedian. We won't give them votes, that's settled. Down with votes for women. Villain. It seems the devil himself can't take you. Neither your tongue nor your feet ever get tired. You get on my nerves. Sit down and shut up for a moment. Comedian. Me. Ha, ha. I'm going back there to the lady of my heart. I'll meet her and fetch her hither in my arms. He spits on his hands, turns up his sleeves, and strides rapidly off toward the left. Villain. Clown. Old man. How can he laugh and play his pranks even now? We haven't a cent to our souls, our supply of food is running low and our shoes are dilapidated. Tragedian. With an outburst. Stop it. No reckoning. The number of our sins is great and the tale of our misfortunes is even greater. Holy Father. Our flasks are empty, I'd give what is left of our souls, displaying his ragged shoes, for just a smell of whiskey. From the left is heard the laughter of a woman. Enter the comedian carrying in his arms the heroine, who has her hands around his neck and holds a satchel in both hands behind his back. Comedian. Letting his burden down upon the grass. Sit down, my love, and rest up. We go no further today. Your feet, your tender little feet must ache you. How unhappy that makes me. At the first opportunity I shall buy you an automobile. Heroine. And in the meantime you may carry me oftener. Comedian. The beast of burden hears and obeys. Enter the ingenue and the old woman each carrying a small satchel. Ingenue. Weary and pouting. Ah. No one carried me. She sits on the grass to the right of the heroine. Villain. We have only one ass with us. Comedian stretches himself out at the feet of the heroine and emits the bray of a donkey. Old woman sits down on the grass to the left of the heroine. Old woman. And are we to pass the night here? Old man. No, we shall stop at Hotel Nevertheless. Comedian. Don't you like our night's lodgings? Turning over toward the old woman. See, the bed is broad and wide, and certainly without vermin. Just feel the high grass. Such a soft bed you never slept in. And you shall have a cover embroidered with the moon and stars, a cover such as no royal bride ever possessed. Old woman. You're laughing, and I feel like crying. Comedian. Crying. You should be ashamed of the sun which favors you with its setting splendor. Look, and be inspired. Villain. Yes, look and expire. Comedian. Look, and shout with ecstasy. Old man. Look, and burst. Ingenue starts sobbing. Tragedy Ann laughs heavily. Comedian. Turning over to the ingenue. What? You are crying. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Ingenue. I'm sad. Old woman. Sniffling. I can't stand it any longer. Heroine. Stop it. Or I'll start bawling, too. Comedian springs to his knees and looks quickly from one woman to the other. Villain. Ha, ha. Cheer them up, clown. Comedian. Jumps up abruptly without the aid of his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, I have it. In a measured and singing voice. Ladies and gentlemen, I have it. Heroine. What have you? Comedian. Cheerfulness. Villain. Go bury yourself, clown. Tragedy Ann. As before. Ho ho ho. Old man. Pooh. The women weep all the louder. Comedian. I have a bottle of whiskey. General commotion. The women stop crying and look up to the comedian in amazement. The Tragedy Ann straightens himself out and casts a surprised look at the comedian. The old man, rubbing his hands, jumps to his feet. The villain looks suspiciously at the comedian. Tragedy Ann. A bottle of whiskey. Old man. He, a bottle of whiskey. Villain. Whiskey. Comedian. You bet. A bottle of whiskey, hidden and preserved for such moments as this. A moment of masculine depression and feminine tears. Taking the flask from his hip pocket. The expression on the faces of all changes from hope to disappointment. Villain. You call that a bottle? I call it a flask. Tragedy Ann. Explosively. A thimble. Old man. A dropper. Old woman. For 7 of us. Oh. Comedian. Letting the flash sparkle in the sun. But it's whiskey, my children. Opening the flask and smelling it. That's whiskey for you. The saloon keeper from whom I hooked it will become a teetotaler from sheer despair. Tragedy Ann rising heavily and slowly proceeding toward the flask. Villain still skeptical and rising as if unwilling. The old man chuckling and rubbing his hands. The old woman getting up indifferently and moving apathetically toward the flask. The heroine and ingenue hold each other by the hand and take ballet steps in waltz time. All approach the comedian with necks eagerly stretched out and smell the flask, which the comedian holds firmly in both hands. Tragedy Ann. Ho, 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 fine. Old man. He, small quantity, but excellent quality. Villain. Seems to be good whiskey. Heroine. Dancing and singing. My comedian, my comedian. His head is in the right place. But why didn't you nab a larger bottle? Comedian. My beloved one, I had to take in consideration both the quality of the whiskey and the size of my pocket. Old woman. If only there's enough of it to go round. Ingenue. Oh, I'm feeling sad again. Comedian. Cheer up, there will be enough for us all. Cheer up. Here, smell it again. They smell again and cheerfulness reappears. They join hands and dance and sing, forming a circle, the comedian applauding. Comedian. Good. If you are so cheered after a mere smell of it, what won't you feel like after a drink? Wait, I'll join you. He hides the whiskey flask in his pocket. I'll show you a new roundel which we will perform in our next presentation of Hamlet, to the great edification of our esteemed audience. Kicking the villain's bundles out of the way. The place is clear, now for dance and play. Join hands and form a circle, but you, villain, stay on the outside of it. You are to try to get in and we dance and are not to let you in, without getting out of step. Understand? Now then. The circle is formed in the following order: comedian, heroine, tragedian, old woman, old man, ingenue. Comedian. Singing. To be or not to be, that is the question. That is the question, that is the question. He who would enter in, climb he must over us, if over he cannot, he must get under us. Refrain: tra-la-la, over us, under us. Tra-la-la, under us, over us. Now we are jolly, jolly are we. The comedian sings the refrain alone at first and the others repeat it together with him. Comedian. To be or not to be, that is the question, that is the question, that is the question. In life to win success, elbow your way through, jostle the next one, else you will be jostled. Refrain, same as before. On the last word of the refrain they flop as if dumbfounded, and stand transfixed, with eyes directed on one spot inside of the ring. The villain leans over the arms of the comedian and the heroine. Gradually the circle draws closer till their heads almost touch. They attempt to free their handy, but each holds on to the other and all seven whisper in great astonishment. All. $1. The circle opens up again, they look each at the other and shout in wonder. All. $1. Once more they close in and the struggle to free their hands grows wilder. The villain tries to climb over and then under the hands into the circle and stretches out his hand toward the $1, but instinctively he is stopped by the couple he tries to pass between, even when he is not seen but only felt. Again all lean their heads over the $1, quite lost in the contemplation of it, and whispering, enraptured. All. $1. Separating once again they look at each other with exultation and at the same time try to free their hands, once more exclaiming in ecstasy. All. $1. Then the struggle to get free grows wilder and wilder. The hand that is perchance freed is quickly grasped again by the one who held it. Ingenue. In pain. Oh, my hands, my hands. You'll break them. Let go of my hands. Old woman. If you don't let go of my hands, I'll bite. Attempting to bite the hands of the tragedian and the old man while they try to prevent it. Old man. Trying to free his hands from the hold of the heroine and the old woman. Let go of me. Pulling at both his hands. These women's hands that seem so frail, just look at them now. Heroine. To comedian. But you let go my hands. Comedian. I think it's you who are holding fast to mine. Heroine. Why should I be holding you? If you pick up the dollar, what is yours is mine, you know. Comedian. Then let go of my hand and I'll pick it up. Heroine. No, I'd rather pick it up myself. Comedian. I expected something like that from you. Heroine. Angrily. Let go of my hands, that's all. Comedian. Ha ha ha, it's a huge joke. In a tone of command. Be quiet. They become still. We must contemplate the dollar with religious reverence. Commotion. Keep quiet, I say. A dollar is spread out before us. A real dollar in the midst of our circle, and everything within us draws us toward it, draws us on irresistibly. Be quiet. Remember you are before the ruler, before the Almighty. On your knees before him and pray. On your knees. Sinks down on his knees and drags with him the heroine and ingenue. Old man dropping on his knees and dragging the old woman with him. Old man. He. Tragedian. Ho ho ho, clown. Comedian. To tragedian. You are not worthy of the serious mask you wear. You don't appreciate true divine majesty. On your knees, or you'll get no whiskey. Tragedian sinks heavily on his knees. O holy dollar, O almighty ruler of the universe, before thee we kneel in the dust and send toward thee our most tearful and heartfelt prayers. Our hands are bound, but our hearts strive toward thee and our souls yearn for thee. O great King of Kings, thou who bringest together those who are separated, and separatest those who are near, thou who, the villain, who is standing aside, takes a full jump, clears the ingenue and grasps the dollar. All let go of one another and fall upon him, shouting, screaming, pushing, and fighting. Finally the villain manages to free himself, holding the dollar in his right fist. The others follow him with clenched fists, glaring eyes, and foaming mouths, wildly shouting. All. The dollar. The dollar. The dollar. Return the dollar. Villain. Retreating. You can't take it away from me, it's mine. It was lying under my bundle. All. Give up the dollar. Give up the dollar. Villain. In great rage. No, no. A moment during which the opposing sides look at each other in hatred. Quietly but with malice. Moreover, Whom should I give it to? To you, you. Comedian. Ha 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 ha. He is right, the dollar is his. He has it, therefore it is his. Ha 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 ha, and I wanted to crawl on my knees toward the dollar and pick it up with my teeth. Ha 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 ha, but he got ahead of me. Ha 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 ha. Heroine. Whispering in rage. That's because you would not let go of me. Comedian. Ha 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 ha. Tragedian. Shaking his fist in the face of the villain. Heaven and hell, I feel like crushing you. He steps aside toward the trunk and sits down in his former pose. Ingenue, lying down on the grass, starts to cry. Comedian. Ha ha ha. Now we will drink, and the first drink is the villain's. His proposition is accepted in gloom. The ingenue, however, stops crying. The old man and the old woman have been standing by the villain looking at the dollar in his hand as if waiting for the proper moment to snatch it from him. Finally the old woman makes a contemptuous gesture and both turn aside from the villain. The latter, left in peace, smooths out the dollar, with a serious expression on his face. The comedian hands him a small glass of whiskey. Comedian. Drink, lucky one. The villain, shutting the dollar in his fist, takes the whiskey glass gravely and quickly drinks the contents, returning the glass. He then starts to smooth and caress the dollar again. The comedian, still laughing, passes the whiskey glass from one to the other of the company, who drink sullenly. The whiskey fails to cheer them. After drinking, the ingenue begins to sob again. The heroine, who is served last, throws the empty whiskey glass toward the comedian. Comedian. Good shot. Now I'll drink up all that's left in the bottle. He puts the flask to his lips and drinks. The heroine tries to knock it away from him, but he skillfully evades her. The villain continues to smooth and caress the dollar. Villain. Ha ha ha. Singing and dancing. He who would enter in, jump he must over us. Ho ho ho. O holy dollar. O almighty ruler of the world. O King of kings. Ha ha ha. Don't you all think if I have the dollar and you have it not that I partake a bit of its majesty? That means that I am now a part of its majesty. That means that I am the almighty dollar's plenipotentiary, and therefore I am the almighty ruler himself. On your knees before me. He. Comedian. After throwing away the empty flask, lies down on the grass. Well roared, lion, but you forgot to hide your jackass's ears. Villain. It is one's consciousness of power. He. I know and you know that if I have the money I have the say. Remember, none of you has a cent to his name. The whiskey is gone. Picking up the flask and examining it. Comedian. I did my job well. Drank it to the last drop. Villain. Yes, to the last drop. This evening you shall have bread and sausage. Very small portions, too, for tomorrow is another day. Ingenue sobbing more frequently. Not till the day after tomorrow shall we reach town, and that doesn't mean that you get anything to eat there, either, but he. Oh holy dollar, almighty dollar. Gravely. He who does my bidding shall not be without food. Comedian. With wide open eyes. What? Ha ha ha. Ingenue gets up and throws herself on the villain's bosom. Ingenue. Oh, my dear beloved one. Villain. Ha ha, my power already makes itself felt. Heroine. Pushing the ingenue away. Let go of him, you. He sought my love for a long time and now he shall have it. Comedian. What? You. Heroine. To comedian. I hate you, traitor. To the villain. I have always loved, genius. You are now the wisest of the wise. I adore you. Villain. Holding ingenue in one arm. Come into my other arm. Heroine, throwing herself into his arms, kissing and embracing him. Comedian. Half rising on his knees. Stop, I protest. Throwing himself on the grass. O frailty, thy name is woman. Old woman. Approaching the villain from behind and embracing him. Find a little spot on your bosom for me. I play the old woman, but you know I'm not really old. Villain. Now I have all of power and all of love. Comedian. Don't call it love. Call it city. Villain.